Alright, hello everybody. Welcome back to another Demolition class live stream. It's been a week since the last stream because I had to do stuff on Saturday when I normally live stream. Honestly, I'm also a bit tired today because I've been having to get up early to take care of chickens in the morning and whatnot, but that's besides the point. What is the point is that we're back on the Demolition class world. Gonna be using explosives to kill, hopefully, all the bosses. Uh, I'm actually still debating about whether I want to go for every boss in this playthrough or not. I may as well, right? I mean, like, what's the point in not going for all bosses? So I might just do that, go for all of them. So today I'm gonna be focusing on a couple more bosses. If we're gonna be going for all, then may as well do King Slime as well. But other than that, there's a couple custom bosses I want to do today, along with some vanilla ones. I think a good plan is going for Queen Bee, the Broodmother boss from the mod, and Skeletron is kind of like where I want to be at. If I had to beat a couple bosses before then so be it. But I think that's like a generally where I want to be. But that anyway, I'm just gonna quickly go ahead, grab the link to the live stream, put that in the Discord server. So give me a quick moment, and I will start the stream. All right. Think everything is set up. So you're only allowed to use bombs and grenades. I am using a mod called Terraria. I have linked to it in the description of the live stream. It adds all sorts of new weapons, armor sets, and a couple custom bosses. I am allowing myself to use any form of explosives, whether vanilla or modded, but there are a lot of modded weapons I'm allowed to use in this playthrough. Alright, I think everything else is ready, so I'm just gonna grab the music. By the way, if you hear the fan on in the background of my microphone, let me know. I can always turn that off. I don't need to be running all the time today. Am I crazy or I can't hear the background music, but OBS says it's still picking something up. I'm confused. Hold on. I might just turn off the fans anyway. Let's see. Those off. Alright, can I... No, the music is pretty quiet. Just like in general. Turn that up just like a smidge bit. Okay. Yeah, this should be fine. Hopefully it won't be that much of an issue. If it's too quiet at any point, let me know. I can always turn it up a bit more. But that's besides the point. We're just gonna go straight into Terraria. Alright, there we go. Okay, cool. So, yeah, so we have ourselves the Boomberry Slinger, the Hellstone Snowman Cannon, and honestly, I don't really care much for the Vile Lobber all that much. It's not the worst weapon, but I don't really care for it so much so. I think, for the time being, the Hellstone Snowman Cannon and the Boomberry Slinger are going to be our main weapons. And in terms of the armor, I don't think there's anything that we need to worry about upgrading to in the moment, per se. Yeah, because this is Crimson, this is Corruption, we have that, and so it's not until... Actually, how do you get Coral? I mean, I'm assuming this is stuff that's... Yeah, Coral Core. That's definitely from the Broodmother boss. So, I guess we are going to have to beat her sooner than later if we were going to make any upgrades to our armor in particular. But everything else is... Actually, this looks like it would be Hellstone. No, that's Meteorite. Interesting. Might that be? worthwhile then. Move like normal in water while submerged in liquid, 10% increased explosive damage, 50% increased blast radius, but 50% increased explosive damage taken versus this, which is just explosions ignite enemies. I mean, we could potentially go for that. I mean, I believe there was a meteor that fell during last stream. I could be completely mistaken though. If there is, I mean, we can always just search the surface. If there is one, that'd be a pretty easy to make upgrade. Get a balloon, maybe? Maybe. I don't think I really explored. Yeah, I haven't really explored much of this guy. Do I have gravitation potions? I don't even know. No. I mean, I could always just keep an eye out for any suspicious pools of water. Meteors update the map, if you remember correctly. Sometimes I don't know, I feel like it's a Mandela effect kind of thing, because like, I swear sometimes they do, but sometimes they don't. It's like, okay, am I just misremembering? Do I just like come across the meteors sometimes when they fall down and the map updates because I came across them? Do they update automatically? I'm just blind sometimes? Like, I don't know. But the ones you've explored. What is going on outside? Why is there suddenly like 8 billion trucks outside my door? Cool. I mean, they're not here to stay, they're just passing by, but very loudly. I live on a fairly quiet road. I'm not used to there being vehicles, especially this many. They can spawn on top of a big tree. Yep, they can. It can spawn essentially anywhere and everywhere, except for a couple exceptions. The game runs checks to make sure that the meteors aren't going to interfere with important structures, and by structures it looks for things like the NPC home banner locations along with chests. You can technically, if you do the math, you can force a meteorite to spawn in a certain spot by putting down chests and whatnot. You could force into a 1-block hole going down to hell, basically. Well, maybe not directly down to hell, because I think it does have a little bit of like a diagonal, but it might be possible. Oh, yep, we do have a meteor. Cool. Alright. Well, let's just mine this up real quick then. I love it when I'm missing like all of my shots. Another unhinged letter. Okay, because like okay, I've noticed I've gotten a couple of those from enemy drops. I'm not sure if it's like just any enemy can drop them or if it's specific ones, but considering that they're over a gold each, I'm not going to complain if I can get them for free. You play Fargos? Nope. I generally try to stay away from quality of life mods. Right now I have Vein Miner on, but that's essentially as much quality of life as you're going to see from me. I don't have things like Fargos, you know, Mutant or Souls. I don't play with Calamity unless it's specifically a Calamity playthrough. I don't play with things like Alchemist NPC or Louis AFK. I don't even play with Magic Storage most of the time. But I do have Vein Miner on because I feel like Vein Miner, it's like one of those things, it's just like, it doesn't really do much, like, at all. Like, what, it just helps you mine ore veins a little bit faster, and that's, I mean, it just takes away some of the lesser important thing. It's just vein miner. It doesn't seem to be that big of an offense to use. Anyway, let's see. So, we got two of them. We got Molt Bomber, which is just blast radius increase, and then there's the decreased explosive self-harm damage, which I think I'm going to continue using this because, you know, as I've said before, it would be embarrassing if I were to die to my own explosives. But anyway, go from 22 defense to 27. Not the craziest. And also, another thing to consider is the fact that with the corruption, heals has a little bit of lifesteal. So, trading a little bit of lifesteal for igniting enemies and slightly better defense, which might not be the greatest for the Bird Mother since that fight's generally underwater. Hello, Crabstan, welcome to the stream. Also, sorry Nova, I completely looked past your message earlier. Is YouTube harder than a 9 to 5? Depends on the 9 to 5. Generally not. At least, you know, not physically. And I'd say even, like, mentally not so all that much. The thing for, like, my view on, you know, the difficulty of YouTube is not everyone can do it. Like, a lot of people do make the argument of anyone think that YouTube's a job just like any other, and every single job, I think there can be the argument that not everyone can do that job. You know, not everyone can be an author, not everyone can be a police officer, not everyone can be a lawyer, not everyone can be a scientist, not everyone can be a salesman. You know, it requires certain, you know, character traits, and you know, it has its pros, cons, its easy moments and its hard moments. It's just, you know, one thing that I would say about, like, my experience with doing YouTube is that being self-employed, taking on the risk of not having a guaranteed paycheck, you know, it does add a little bit more to that sense of a little bit of stress, because you have to, the amount that you earn is more so dependent on luck, depending on how the YouTube algorithm wants to treat you. But it's also just, like, a lot of, like, analytics and stuff, looking at what you're doing, seeing what you're doing wrong, constantly learning, constantly applying, constantly changing and adapting in order to try to perform well on the platform. So, like, there's definitely a lot of risk involved with, you know, any form of self-employment. Hello, Micro. What's this class all about? Explosives. Adds all sorts of new explosive type weapons, armor sets, a couple of unique bosses. That's the wrong one. So, the Coral Sheller Broodmother is one of the next bosses I'm going to be fighting. I might take a look at King Slime first, and maybe even Queen Bee, because Queen Bee does drop a new weapon that looks to be pretty interesting. But, yeah, it's pretty interesting. Broodmother? Silksong reference? Probably not, but we'll say sure. Alright, let's see. I kind of want to give the Broodmother another attempt. I only have one more naturally spawning egg, but there is an item I can make. I don't remember what it's called though. What is? Crab food. Let's see. 5 coral stone blocks, some rickety explosive powder, and bottled water. That doesn't sound that bad at all. Coral stone blocks, I mean... Is that what that is? I don't know. I'm sure I'll be fine. you're okay with it not being a reference since it's one of the worst bosses in the game. Hell yeah. Okay, do I want to grab anything from here? I don't think so. I mean, I don't care for water walking. You'd probably be exceptional at Hollow Knight knowing your skill set. I don't know, I've never played. The only experience I have with Hollow Knight is not even Hollow Knight. It's there's a Geometry Dash level that aimed to recreate the beginning of Hollow Knight a little bit, and a friend of mine was like, yo, play this level, I want to see how you do, and I did, and then I tried to speedrun it because I saw that I was like number 4 on the leaderboard at the time, and so I tried speedrun it, and then I just gave up on it because I don't know what number 1 guy did, but there was no way I was gonna be able to beat that guy's record. Thumbnail says Demolisher class, not Demolition. It gets the point across. Will you give the game a try? I'm not really wanting to get many games. I generally try to keep my library fairly small, but I've said in the past that if I ever make a second channel, something I do intend on doing eventually, but I want my main channel to be self-sustainable first because, you know, it doesn't really make sense for me to sink a whole bunch of time and energy into another channel that has even smaller of an audience than my current one, you know, audience of currently nobody since the channel doesn't exist yet. It wouldn't really make sense for me to do that if my main channel isn't self-sustainable. So I'm waiting for that to happen before I take on more business ventures. And once I have the second channel up and running, I would be down to try out various other games. You will continue to bother me about it regardless? Yeah, probably. He must experience the peak that is Hollow Knight. Who knows, he might even experience it before Sea of Sorrow releases. I don't even know what that is. My rich friend has 150 Steam games. I've seen people with a lot more Steam games than that. I know a person who has spent, I think, close to $4,000 on Steam games, which is crazy. Also, that's plenty enough. I don't need that many. But yeah, no, it's like I don't get it. Like, for the longest time, I had Minecraft, Terraria, Geometry Dash, and that was it for the longest time, more or less. Maybe there were like a couple smaller games that I'm not thinking of on the top of my head. But then I eventually got Sea of Thieves, I got Repo, got Among Us. I was gifted Lethal Company somewhat recently, but I've only played it like twice. Never solo. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just I don't really get a lot of games. Omega Strikers in the playlist? Yep. Crispylink does not cheat on Terraria in parentheses. Oh, Crab Champions. That's true. I forgot about Crab Champions. It's honestly been quite a while since I played Crab Champions. I want to play it again eventually, but I 100%ed it and I don't know what to do anymore. Anyway, speaking of Crab Champions, I think that's a good segue for the custom boss. I'm gonna try moving up a little bit because I'm gonna drown otherwise. So this boss is I've tried fighting the boss a couple times, and it still very much has proved to be very much annoying. Like, these explosives deal a lot of damage. And I'm gonna drown. I'm gonna drown whilst fighting a boss. That's gonna be crazy. No, I'm not. I refuse. I refuse to go that way. Sure, I'll go that way, though. Sure. Why not? Why not? Why not? Lava shark could be good. I ain't going out of my way for a lava shark. I'd rather get something like, I don't know, flippers or like a gills potion or something. I don't know. Lava shark is unnecessary. Want to reset your progress to 100% video at some point? Fair enough. I think if I ever get a second channel up and running, I'd probably do, not exclusively, but in part 100% videos, because I don't know. It would be kind of cool, I think. Give me an excuse to actually play through games in their entirety. I have not gotten all the achievements in Terraria, believe it or not. So that could be an excuse for me to do that finally. I hate fishing that much. Not necessarily. It's more so the fact that when I'm trying to make content, I want to try doing things that are interesting and engaging. That way, you know, people don't get bored and click off. But also, just, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think I need, like, it's not, I don't think I need to go out of my way to do that. Do I have any? I don't think I have any more rickety explosive powder. I think I need to go buy some more. Oh, great. We're talking about Olympics again. Wonderful. You chatters and your distillation processes. Anyway, so how much are these again? Almost 2 gold per. I have 2 of them just sitting at home because of random mob drops. Cool. Should probably get a conch pylon near the ocean. Probably. Yeah. Do I have glass or sand at all, or am I just... Doesn't look like it. Of all the things I do not have. Sand. I was just at the beach. Surely there's gotta be at least some in my shoes. Oh wait, no, I did have bottles. I just couldn't see it because my Discord overlay was on top of it. That's fun. Is this modded? Yes. There is one mod that adds a TNT-based damage class, but that is about it. I have also, additionally, you know, Vein Miner, but that doesn't really do much. It's 1.6.8. I'm sorry to tell you, but no, I do not have access to 1.6.8. Anyway, let's see. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? No, I am crazy. It was literally that. Cool. Vein Miner, Recipe Browser, Boss Checklist. Yeah, I mean, I could show my entire mod list right now. Let's see. Boss Checklist, display character stats. That's the mod over here that shows those stats. High FPS support, hook stats, wing stats, ore excavator, recipe browser, and then the mods that are required for TN Terraria. Yeah, I don't like playing heavy mods or lots of quality of life stuff. If I ever do play with other mods, it's going to be for the purpose of using that mod. Like Calamity. I have a Calamity video that I'm working on right now. You know, obviously I have Calamity active for that, but... And same thing if, like, if I do a Fargo's video, I'll have Fargo's active, obviously, but I'm not going to have Fargo's on when doing other videos, whether, you know, mutants or souls. I'm not going to... I don't like mutant that much. I don't like quality of life. Rubber room? No way. Anyway, so this is consumable. Okay. It's not like one of those permanent boss summons. Gotcha. I think one thing I'm going to need to do is add a second platform, because there were, I think, at least one, maybe two instances where I almost drowned and I had to make my way over to this rope again. If I have a second platform here, I can jump up to, grapple to it, whatever, and then easily get back up to the surface. Additionally, I could also... Do I have... No. Just checking to see if maybe I had a inner tube on me somewhere. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think... Gill spot? No, no gill spot. I generally avoid using potions for the most part. I don't want to build a reliance on using them. I'd rather be fine without. But yeah, I mean, we'll see if it's needed. I'll just make my way over there, build a second layer to the platforms. And then, hopefully, be able to beat the boss. If I'm still struggling, then I'll just reassess my gear. You only beat Terraria Mobile because of potions? RIP. Green Guy, what bosses have you defeated? I've beaten the Eye of Cthulhu and Eater of Worlds. I'm currently working my way towards beating the first custom boss of the playthrough, Coral Sheller Broodmother. And then today, in general, I'm hoping to beat a couple more bosses. I think I might... I'm not going to guarantee anything right now, but I might try going for all bosses in this playthrough because, you know, I may as well. If I'm going to be streaming a playthrough, I might as well go for everything, right? And if that's the case, then I still need to beat King Slime, which I can most certainly do if I've beaten the Eater of Worlds, you know. Even the Eye of Cthulhu, King Slime's just the easiest boss. So, possibly fight King Slime today, hoping to kill the Broodmother. Hopefully beat Queen Bee. I want to beat Queen Bee regardless, because she drops a weapon that looks pretty cool at first glance. And maybe, if the world is ever so kind, Skeletron as well. We'll see. We'll see. That's not what I was trying to... I wanted more platforms. There we go. So... let's put that platform like here. Lock on stuff? Yeah, I mean, if/when I play mobile, I'm likely not going to use lock on if that's a configurable setting. Like, I can understand why it's a thing for mobile, but at the same time, it's just, I'm not the greatest fan of, or biggest fan of that types of things. Like, yes, it's an intended feature, of the game. But at the same time, why would I make something easier for myself? I'm a challenge runner. I actively do things to torture myself. Why would I make something easier? Anyway, so that's the platform setup. I don't like all these enemies. They're kind of annoying. They also deal a lot of damage. Yeah, like 82 damage right there. That's kind of insane. I'm gonna mine this up in case I might need more. Actually, that'll solve my problems. I almost drowned there. That would have been funny. Krampus one wallpaper. I mean, I guess that's a choice for building custom structures. Anyway, let's see. I'm just gonna stand here and wait. That way I can regenerate some health. I might also make some of those. Yeah, if I could just regen a little bit, that would be very nice. Okay, I thought I was going to fall down the platform when I went down, but nope. How's your day so far? I mean, tired. Past couple days have been consistently trying to wake up early because my family is currently in Canada and I need to take care of the animals, feed them in the morning and everything. So I've been getting up at around 6:30. And I haven't been getting the greatest sleep because my cats also tend to harass me at night. So, I'm a bit exhausted, but I'm alive. That's all that really matters. Anyway. Yeah. Back to trying to regen, I guess. Actually, I might just use this for the time being while trying to regen. That way, if an enemy comes up, I can just utilize some lifesteal, you know? It's only 3 health. It's actually not that great. That was 2. Okay. I'm probably fine, right? I don't need to be at full. Okay, I will take care of you though. I don't. Oh, there's also one down there. Is there? Yep. Okay, hold up. Yeah, these guys I refuse to have on the platform because they deal so much damage. But the other basic enemies, they can be taken care of pretty easily. All right. I say as I get ganged up on by three eyes of Cthulhu. Yes, that is definitely the enemy that I am facing against. Anyway. I'm gonna use this weapon, I think. Yeah, so far I think it is more manageable to fight the boss out of the water. That being said, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, no, those attacks still hit really hard. Like, very hard. Tired feels like your default state recently? I mean, when I have to wake up early, yeah. Not in general. Okay. I'm gonna need more bottled water. I think, oh, and also the rickety explosive powder, that's right. Forgot. And, I mean, I think we can give it like 1 or 2 more attempts with the current gear just to see how I'm doing. Maybe try experimenting with a couple things. One thing I'm thinking of is dropping the Brood Mother down to the lower platform and then having the top platform all for myself. I think that might be better. So I'll try experimenting with that during this next fight. Still need bottled water. Alright, I'm just gonna make 3 preemptively because, I mean, what's the odds that I beat the boss on the next attempt? Not the greatest. It would be nice, but it's nowhere near guaranteed. So, anyway, why do a Ravager scream? Beats me. Just feels like doing that, I guess. Also, I do think I am going to turn the music down by 1. There we go. Also, whilst I am running over to the ocean again, quick reminder to stay hydrated. What would you consider to be the first challenge run of any game you played? That is a fantastic question. I do not know. I guess it would A, depend on what the definition of a challenge run is, and B, that was probably long enough ago that I wouldn't know. Because the first challenge run that I can remember doing for like Terraria, I mean, again, it's depends on your definition. Like, are the Secret World seeds considered challenge runs? Because if so, I had done a I know that I did, or yeah, I think it probably wasn't solo, but I think I did a For the Worthy playthrough. I say playthrough, it wasn't recorded, just, I mean, then again, playthrough doesn't necessarily mean it's recorded. I did a world of, I think, For the Worthy with a friend of mine when the update first came out. That would have been years ago. I don't recall if it was legendary or if it was just master For the Worthy. I know that I have, like, the oldest Terraria video that I have public on my channel is a Don't Dig Up world that I played. Yeah, I mean, but I have played other games in the past, and I don't know what would be the first challenge playthrough of a game. It's just... I don't know. Try beating Xenoseed? Not for a while. I kind of want to take a look at the base, like all of the base Secret World Seeds first before I do the Zenith Seed. Like the Constant and not Remix. Remixes don't take up. I've already done that. Constant, Celebration, Drunk, No Traps. Probably want to take a look at all of those first individually before I do Zenith, rather than just jumping straight into it. And I mean, I don't really do Secret World Seeds all too frequently, so who knows if / when that'll happen. But anyway, let's see. I think I give this another go. I'm gonna try spawning the boss down here. Or you can spawn off green. Cool, gotcha. Uh-huh. Yeah, can you not do that, please? Because now I'm stuck in the water, because if I'm not... Okay. We're on this platform now. I just don't want to know what happens when the boss is enraged, you know? So I was trying to avoid... hello. So I was trying to avoid that. If possible. Yeah, this isn't looking all too great, but I think I'm starting to understand this a little bit better. I think I'm understanding it a little bit better. It's just add that little bit of a rough start. The rockets from the boss itself don't seem to be homing after they're already set on their course. So if I stay my distance, then I can get them to lock on, and then I can just jump up, and they can't really seem to do anything about it. Oh, so close. 650 health remaining. Okay. Yeah. I was in a little bit of a bad situation at the end. I didn't have any more flight time with my boots. But I think... And also because of how bad of a start I had, with the boss being down 2 platforms instead of 1, and then me being in the water trying to prevent it from being enraged, and then taking a bunch of hits right away, I think that probably sealed my fate more than anything else. So I think going into this next attempt, I'll be fine. So, I think we just head back there immediately, and yeah, hopefully the boss will be defeated this next attempt. Have you tried Mario Kart drunk driving with friends, maybe? What? What does any of that mean? Like, are you saying playing Mario Kart whilst drunk with friends? Or is that like a weird game? The name of a game. Place a bet at the ocean? Nah. Nah. Surely it's not gonna... Surely I'm not gonna need another attempt. Surely. Also, as someone who does not drink alcohol, I would not be... I would not do the drunk driving Mario Kart edition. Although if I stay up for like 24 hours, that apparently has the same cognitive effects as being drunk, so I can still be inebriated. Every race you need to finish a can of beer before finishing the race. No thank you. Again, I don't drink alcohol, so I'll pass that one up. Just do hard drugs instead of drinking. No, I don't do drugs either, nor do I intend on ever doing so. Not just drugs, hard drugs, and I'm just saying in general, I'm not going to do any form of drugs, especially not hard drugs. Ah, yes, 2 campfires right next to each other, because that is totally optimal spacing. I did not realize that when I placed them down. There you go. Alright, so I'm just going to sit and regen for a quick second. I think I can use this instead of Lucky Horseshoe for the time being. You play like a click pattern? What is it even supposed to mean? Alright, I think we give this another go. I'm just gonna spawn on the top platform because that seemed to work the first time I tried doing it, so... Let's see how this goes. Let's see, that's not the right weapon. Okay, with the knowledge from the past couple fights, I know generally what I need to do. I was all the way against the very edge. I was up all the way across the very edge of the screen. That was just unfortunate. Okay. Maybe I won't be fine. We'll see. Okay, I just jumped into that. I genuinely don't have an excuse. I'm just bad. I'm just bad, I guess. Okay, this is bad. I don't like being in the water in this particular phase of the fight. Seemed to work fine though. Seems like the rockets are also affected by the slowing effects of the water, which is good to know, I guess. But I'm also slowed down, so it's not like any form of inherent advantage. But I am almost dead. Yikes. 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 And I died to fall damage because I swapped out my Lucky Horseshoe. Okay. I think that's a sign for me to just keep the Lucky Horseshoe on. I thought I could get away with just increasing my damage a little bit. Nope. Okay. I'm still not gonna move my bed over. I'm stubborn like that. I'm a bit too stubborn for my own good. See, I only have 180 of these left. What's my hellstone situation looking like? Oh, I can make some more. Yeah. Cool. Get the boss to 0 HP to instantly kill it. Oh, you're so right about that. I didn't even think about bringing the boss's health down to 0. Right over my head. I should have thought about that one sooner. Let's see. Anything I do want to grab though, just like in general. I don't want to use potions, but I want to see if I have anything that would be helpful. No, not really. Yeah, I mean, Featherfall is always nice. That's about it. And I mean, and regeneration. I actually will grab one Featherfall. Featherfall is just like the best potion in the game, in my opinion. I will die on that hill. And I will not die alone on that hill. I know a lot of other people have the same opinions on Featherfall as I do. So let me like think about it, you know? Regen, what does it do? It gives you a little bit more health regeneration. Cool, whatever. Endurance gives you a bit of damage reduction. Cool, whatever. Featherfall gives you insane maneuverability. You don't need endurance or iron skin or regeneration if you can just avoid getting hit. And admittedly, Featherfall is also not necessary if you can just, you know, have better movement, you know, just in general, but it is very convenient. And don't get me wrong, things like Endurance, Iron Skin, Regeneration, stuff like that, they're still really good potions. But Featherfall, so good. If you're right-handed, try binding the attack key to the right mouse button. You know what? No. I'm going to bind my attack key to F. I'm kind of tempted to do that now, just for the bit. Be absolutely horrendous. Can't attack if I'm trying to walk to the right. Alright, I think I just get straight into it again. I don't think I do any dilly-dallying. Yeah, lol. Get over here. Oh, that actually gave me iframes. Able to dodge the rocket. That's pretty cool. Utilizing these unconventional strats, like just going straight down in the water to avoid rockets. Who knew? Who knew that could be so effective? Bye. Alright, thanks for stopping by. Have a good one. Woo! That was a close one. Okay. I got hit for 1 damage. Huge. Okay, there's actually quite a few rockets that are getting very close to hitting me that just are not. I'm not going to complain, but it's a little worrying how close some of them are getting. Like that one, that should have hit me, but I had iframes from the little coral tower. Anyway, I do believe that is game. Let's go. What do we get? So we got trophy, coral egg, little baby coral sheller, which I will not be using because I want to use my signature blue chicken pet. And additionally, we have ourselves the treasure bag, and that's quite a few items. Okay, what's in here? Moving around builds up movement speed and jump height at 25% charge or higher. Jump to unleash an electric blast. Blast damage scales with charge and explosive damage, while size scales with blast radius. Coral core, which is good for the armor. The mask, cool. Coral bombs, a large explosion that will destroy most tiles. So many bombs. Okay. I want to try that out at some point. And then the coral explosive rifle. Using explosive bullets as ammo, shoots coral crack exploding bullets, which explode into multiple coral crack balls. 33% chance to save ammo. Not terrible. There's also a couple things. What is this? Explosive summon damage. Uses 10 mana. Is this a sentry? I'm assuming it's just a sentry, yeah? Yeah, it appears like it. Okay, so we got ourselves a explosive type sentry, which is interesting. Have a coral trimarang. Boomerang. Interesting. And also, Coral Claw Necklace. Increased underwater mobility, 20% increased explosive damage, and 3 increased life regeneration while submerged in liquid. Okay. I don't think I'm going to really be needing to use that, per se. Might try experimenting with that a little bit, but I don't know. It also... I mean, it does say the bullets explode into multiple coral crack balls, so I might... They don't really seem to be doing that much damage, though. Like, to be fair, this one's godly, but this doesn't really seem like it's all that much damage. I do want to try a single coral bomb, though. I'm going to just toss this down and see what happens. Oh. That's what I meant by so many bombs. Oh my! What the heck? What? Well, there goes my beach. I didn't mean for that to happen. I did not mean... Oh my... Wait, how far did this go? Okay. Sure. That was not my intentions when I was using it. I was expecting it to be comparable to something like dynamite. That's a bit bigger than dynamite. Okay. Huh. Cool. Time to rebuild the beach now? Nah. We're leaving it like this. A testament as to what we are capable of in this world. It's a warning to all the other enemies to stay far away from us. Also, I still can't get over the fact that this relic is just a poorly made trophy. It's brilliant. No summer vacation? There's another ocean. Also, I didn't drink the Featherfall. I'm just realizing. I specifically grabbed it to use it, and I didn't use it. Whatever. Let's see. So, Coral Core makes the armor now. Oh, it's because one's for Crimson, one's for Corruption. I see. Okay. Is this even worth using, though? Because, I mean, we have this. I don't know. Let's take a look at this over here, though. 10% increased explosive damage, 50% increased blast radius, but 50% increased explosive damage taken while submerged in liquid, which I don't really see myself doing all that much. Meanwhile, you've got 4% increased Demolisher damage, 2%. What's the difference between Demolisher damage and explosive damage? Is there any difference at all? Or are they just... I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it's all that necessary to go for this armor, because we already have... This isn't Calamity? This is not, in fact, Calamity. And, yes, Pickles, I beat the Brood Mother. So, the next armor sets are hard mode, so we're set for the time being. What's this? Oh, hollowed. I see. Oh. And then you can... Interesting. Anyway. In terms of weapons, I want to take a quick look at this. There were... So... The honeypot is one of the ones I was looking at from Queen Bee that I said was pretty interesting. Shoots 3 bee grenades at once with high velocity, which would be really great when combined with like the hive pack and honeycomb. Because I mean, like, the bee nades are already pretty overpowered in vanilla. So this might actually be a fairly decent weapon for beating Wall of Flesh. So I think we go for that. Additionally, actually, I'm just gonna look through here, see if anything catches my fancy. So this is also presumably from Queen Bee, you know, Hive, and talking about bees. Sweet Froster converts rockets to bee snowman rockets. That's also a good one, at least it sounds like it. Let's see. Sulfur. Fungal Frost. Shoots mushroom snowman rockets that explode into multiple damaging spores. How do you get that? It's just an upgrade from a weapon that I already have with a couple glowing mushrooms. I might as well try that, right? I mean, there's no real reason not to. Let's see. Oh, I'm almost out of rockets. I see, okay. But what kind of damage does that do is the real question. Would any enemy like to show up real quick for testing purposes? Any enemy at all? Literally anyone. There we go. 1 damage, was that what I saw that doing? That's actually kind of pathetic. I don't know if that's worth using. Okay. Let's just continue looking at some other weapons then. Gamblenade Launcher. Very strong knockback. 21 explosive range damage. Fast speed. Shoots cool VFX casino chips that explode. Each shot has a chance to fire more or fewer projectiles. See below. 1% for yellow chips, which is 50x. 3% for orange chips, which is 25x. 10% for green chips, which is 10x. 22% for red chips, 5x. 22% pink chips, 4x. 22% blue chips, 3x. 15% white chips, 2x. 5% brown chips. So, like, that just seems worth it, yeah? So how do you get it? It's not a recipe for it. It wasn't showing any enemies over there. Is there any way that you can find that information out? Because yeah, it's not something you can craft. Do any of these guys drop? Interesting. Oh my. I don't know why one would want 100% increased explosive self-harm damage. W unattainable? I don't think that means it's unattainable. It might be obtained through something like, I don't know, chest loot or something. Which would be annoying. Yeah, okay. So it's not dropped by a custom enemy. We can look at just... There's too many things to look at all of them. Besides, it would probably be dropped by a boss, not a normal enemy in the first place. So, how do you? Could be fishing? I mean, potentially. I wish there was a wiki for this mod so I could look that up, because that does look like a really fun weapon to use. But, that might not be something I can get, which would be really unfortunate. Other weapons... Let's see. The Scottish Resistance. Fascinating. Shoots mini sticks of dynamite at high velocity. I see. How do you get this? Captain Explosive. Okay. That's the boss that you fight right before Wall of Flesh. We can try doing that. Last thing I want to do, though, is recreate the Coral Bomb incident. But I'm sure it'll be fine, right? Let's see. Oh, it would be in here. Yes. It doesn't say anything about, like, actual, like, blowing up blocks. So I'm assuming it's not, like, an actual explosive. Yeah. Okay. And I'll just go through those away, because those probably don't deal 1 damage in the first place, based off the previous weapon. Orichalco, Mithril... The Frigid Fuse. I thought I said the Fridge User, and I was so confused. Let's see. I mean, that might actually not be terrible. 29 explosive damage, fast speed, and the snowballs deal triple damage when armed. I'm not against using that, or at least trying it out. I don't have that many snow blocks. I can always just get them, though. There's no covers of the mod that you can find anywhere on Google. Yeah. I'm not that surprised. It didn't really seem to be a mod that's all too popular. Sir, thank you. I actually kind of prefer playing mods that aren't as well known because it's, yeah, it's unique. And also just one pro of things like this is because there's no wiki, you kind of just have to figure things out for yourself, which is a double-edged sword, don't get me wrong. Anyway, got that, and then you can go ahead and make snowballs. Now, so... And so what happens there? I don't know. Alright, well, time to test this out on a random enemy. See if it's actually decent or not. If you really want to get the gamble gun, you could ask the mod Discord. Yeah. I don't know. I thought this weapon was going to be a little bit better. Projectiles don't go that far. I don't think I'm going to use it. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to continue doing what I'm doing already. I'm going to try beating Queen Bee to get the honey pot and a couple of the other weapons that Queen Bee drops, and then see just where we go with that. So put a couple of these things away. I think I'm gonna hold on to the coral bombs for now. I might use them to make an arena for Queen Bee. Let's see. Oh, Slime Rain, actually. I'm not going to complain, because I need an excuse to fight King Slime anywhere. So I'll take it. Stay hydrated? True. And if I'm going to stay hydrated, then I'm going to remind you, chat, to also stay hydrated. There we go. Alright. Let's see. What's up after this? Yeah, Queen Bee, Sulfur Elemental, Skeletron, Deerclops. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm also basically out of the rockets. I keep forgetting that. Need more obsidian as well for the hellstone. Does drinking the slime rain count as hydrating? It is rain after all. And that's a good question. I don't know, like how viscous is gel? Does gel count as a liquid? So I feel like that would be one of the main factors to consider. I missed all of those. Holy moly. I'm missing so much. I need this. Since gel's edible, probably be quite the hydrating snack. Fair. Can you press the add button? Last two ads you got were AI, so you had to skip them. You know what? Just for you, I will press the button. I don't know if it did anything, but the funny button doesn't guarantee an ad. It just pushes YouTube like, hey, now would be a great time. Not ads. Oh, you should have spoken up earlier. Mom, I will not drink water anymore. I will eat gel to stay hydrated. Real. I wonder if the different color slimes have different flavors. It's like, what flavors would they even be in the first place? Well, I never know. You were about to ask that? piss flavored gel. Preferably not. That'd be awful. Maybe like yellow slimes. No, I feel like yellow slimes just be lemon or like lemonade. Maybe banana. Like the artificial banana. Like Laffy Taffy kind of artificial banana. Which is kind of like, crazy, by the way. Because it's like, artificial banana flavor doesn't taste anything like banana, and yet we as a society have unanimously agreed that, yep, that's banana. Like, how did that happen? It tastes nothing like banana. Rainbow slimes just be a mix of it all. Perhaps. It's like a berry blast. I think that's what rainbow slimes would be. Kind of like a mix of multiple things. Anyway, King Slime. I'm sure this is going to be a super difficult boss fight, and I'm gonna be on the edge of my seat the entire time, barely able to focus on anything else. It tastes like the banana that went extinct and be replaced with the current banana. Is that the case, or are you just saying that? Because I don't know the history of artificial banana flavor. Because if that's true, then I wish we could have, you know, not made the other banana go extinct, because that would be a very interesting flavor to have as, like, you know, a healthy treat rather than something that's very obviously sugar-coated to hell. Anyway. Huzzah. We've managed. Against all odds. Yeah, okay, so what are these new weapons? Can you guys just, like, get out of here for a quick second, please? Thanks. Let's see. Yeah, kind of mid. And then, so that was Sticky Bomb Launcher. And this is Slimy Grenade Launcher. Oh. I mean, honestly, not the worst thing of all time. It just doesn't home. The banana got a fungus, and since all bananas were clones of each other, they went extinct. Yeah, that's the problem about not having a diverse species. I didn't know that that's what they actually tasted like, though, which is kind of crazy. Maybe one day science will be able to bring them back. That'd be kind of funny. Anyway, let's see. So, I've come across many multiple hives, so, you know, that's not going to be an issue. So one there, one there, one there, and one there. I think what I'm going to do is... maybe just blow up this area right here. Nothing too crazy, but can maybe reuse this area for Plant Terra later on. Get rid of this, make it kind of this area here. And then again, during Plant Terra, I can always expand outwards here. Yeah, I think that's not the worst plan of all time. Okay, so we've got the leveler, and we've got the coral bombs. That's probably good enough, right? Probably. Okay. Let's try it out. Also, wait, hold on. I need to get better, not better, more ammo for my weapons. I need to go there. So, I'll probably grab more exploding bullets, and also just, I need a lot more rockets. You can still buy them, just can't be farmed well. They're quite overpriced. Commercially extinct. Interesting. But if they still exist, then they obviously can be replanted and farmed again. So maybe it's not over for them. All we need to do is just start a petition to bring them back into commercial farming practices. $37 for a small amount of them, what the heck? That's crazy. I need more obsidian, that's right. I feel like that'd be such a rich person thing to do, though. Spending ungodly amounts of money for commercially extinct food. It's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to the store to pick up my $37 bananas. Oh, what's that? You can barely afford your El Cheapo crap products? Plebeian. Large amount of soil used for the bananas are infected with Panama disease. Also, they are called Big Mike. The banana? Hey, can I have 3 Big Mikes? Instructions unclear. Three big burly dudes named Mike show up at your front door. Banana, so true. Pride Month, so true. Okay. Well, I guess we're going down this way now. I was originally trying to, you know, bring it over here. I could still bring it over there, it's just... I guess we're going this way now. I ordered 3 Big Mike, but 3 guys named Mike showed up. That's the good ending. Welcome to the stream, Boca. Don't mind the mic conversation. Anyway, that's all I really wanted, was just a little bit of obsidian. Now go ahead, make a bunch more of those. And I suppose a couple of these while we're at it. Who's Big Mike, bro? Big Mike. Put that away. Alright. Now that we have the ammunition for the weapons again, head over to the jungle, work on the arena. Probably don't need the craziest arena right now, it's just Queen Bee after all. But again, I could possibly start preparing for playing Terra. Someone ate Big Mike for sure. 100%. I did not mean to dash into you. 3 Big Mikes, exactly, yeah, 3. 1 Big Mike is not enough to fill one up. You need at least 3 Big Mikes. So I'm just gonna toss down a coral bomb in this little body of water. Surely Queen Bee won't spawn right away from this one, right? 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 Oh my god. I can't get over how ridiculous that is. That's insane. The sheer amount of destructive power in one singular coral bomb is crazy. I'm gonna toss one right up here. I gotta see this in action again. I've got to witness greatness. Beautiful. Yes, Mike, kaboom. Get quoted? Okay. I'm assuming you're talking about when I said that 3 big Nikes? Yes, Nike. 3 big mics is not enough to fill anyone up. Like, if that's what you're quoting me, go ahead. I have said far more questionable things. It's a great quote. I'd rank it as one of the quotes of all time. Sir. Sir. Can you not? Thanks. Sir, can you not? I'm already kind of dying over here. It'd be very rude of you to kill me. Alright. I most certainly do not need a larger arena than this for Queen Bee of all things. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put down the platforms. A no context compilation of Crispylink would be quite funny, I think. Maybe. Although I do think that it would be far more effort than it's worth to go through my content. Streams or videos. There's quite a lot of footage on my channel over the years. Why are you building an arena? Dual purposes. 1, Queen Bee. 2, plan Terror in the future. But yeah, no, I don't need anything more than this for Queen Bee, so I'm not gonna do anything else for the time being. Bro, please calm down. I understand that I waltzed in here and actively bombed your natural habitat for my own personal gain, but listen. It's what the shareholders want. You gotta understand. How will the corporate... Okay. How will the corporation possibly continue to exist and become profitable if the shareholders aren't happy? Come on, shareholders are the most important thing in regards to any form of operation. Okay. You should do a big mic taste test at 50k along with the challenge run. How about a fish taste test? Gotta go. Alright, thanks for stopping by. Have a good one. Fish, don't worry about it. Rename Gong to Mike. I'm just gonna start calling him Mike randomly, and he's gonna have no idea why. Like, hey Mike, how's it going? What? Who you calling Mike? Gonk? A friend of mine. We call him Gonk Fishman. Mainly because that's what he calls himself. Please do that. Alright, I'll call him Mike for like one day and see how he reacts to that. And based on his reaction, I might call him Mike more. Anyway, let's see. I'm just gonna regen a smidge a little bit more. I say as I am getting bullied by literal bees. I know him. He was the protagonist in the My Fanboy Love Story. Hell yeah. Fanboy Love Story mentioned my beloved. Man, Fanboy Love Story was such a funny thing to do. I'm hoping that Danny finishes working on the rest of the footage from that. I want to see a full movie of My Fanboy Love Story. Crispy, do you have a real name? Yes, I do, believe it or not. Are femboys superior to boys? Good question. My answer might be a little biased, so I don't think I'm a reliable narrator on this particular issue. Anyway. Clear all these enemies here. Fly back up here. Clear out you. And Queen Bee. Here we go. I am going to be very much disappointed if this takes more than one attempt, by the way. Like, I'm fine with rebeating the boss if I need to, you know, get other weapons. But I should be able to beat the boss on my first try. Right, so far going fairly smoothly. No real surprise there, if I had to be honest. I am noticing that a lot of the rockets aren't actually hitting the boss though, which is a little annoying. But like right there, I think they were all just saved up and were just hitting one right after the other. I'm not going to complain. Very intense boss fight. So true. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just going to stop attacking. There we go. Huge. Alright. I'm just going to toss out some of these things real quick. Don't need that. I'll just eat that now, I suppose. I'm going to stay away from you. Actually, I can just kill you. Why try to de-escalate a situation when you can just end the situation entirely? I'm going to hold on to the hive just in case. And, yeah, okay. So we got the honeypot. Nice. And the hyperdrive. And Sweet Froster. Also got the hive pack and the honeycomb. So, kind of got a little bit of everything. Which is perfect. Because it doesn't... It means I don't need to rebeat the boss again. So, I'm actually quite happy with how that turned out. Nope. Imagine Gonk's real name is Mike. It's not Mike. I know his first and last name. It's not Mike. I'm not gonna say what it is. I think he's mentioned it publicly before, but if not, I don't want to say it for him. It would have been funny if his name was Mike, though. Because he wouldn't know that it was a reference I was making. Anyways, B-Wax actually useful for anything? Huh. Rockets. Explodes into swarms of bees. Honestly? Would that or would that not be better? Because it's half of the base damage of the Hellstone rockets. But bees. I'm kind of tempted, honestly. I mean, I've got, what, 29 beeswax? Just go ahead, buy a bunch more rickety rockets. Keep the hellstone ones as well, but just have the bees. Like, how many bees could I get using the bee rockets and the sweet froster? Like, how many bees, or the honeypot? Which one's better? I actually don't know. We'll find out. Bee rockets are better for enclosed areas or for slow moving enemies. True. There we go. That's a normal amount of rockets, surely. Anyway, so I want to just test out real quick a couple different things. First thing I want to test out, normal rickety rockets with the honeypot and the sweet froster. I actually, never mind, I don't have a DPS meter. I was gonna say I want to, you know, test it out. I mean, I guess I could still, yeah, I'll still make a testing dummy. Why not? Why not? Am I crazy? I was crazy. Kind of. Anyway. But there. So. Honeypot. Sweet Froster. They both use rockets as ammo. Right now I've got rickety rockets as the main thing. So now, if we fire this... Oh. My. What was that? So, the 3 of those. That seems pretty good if you ask me. Meanwhile, this. So that's a... But this... I don't know. It seems like there's significantly more bees with this. But this fires faster. I think I might use the honeypot, honestly. Or, I mean, that has pretty good range. Oh, and that was also a perfect lob shot. That was beautiful. I wasn't even trying to aim. Testing out boss. True. I don't have any bosses I can immediately just farm. I do have lens, though. I can go ahead and craft a couple. Aimbot. Haters will tell you I was hacking. Any mics in chat? There's a non-zero chance that one of my 6 concurrent viewers right now are named Mike. It could be you. It could be me. It could even be... But I also want to use the hive pack and maybe honeycomb. I mean, honeycomb's not needed though. Yeah, like... I don't know. It couldn't be you, Crispy. You aren't in chat. I think I'm very much in chat. Now it could be. Before it was impossible. Now, there's a chance. Anyway, let's see how this goes. Oh yeah, I also wanted to test out, because that was just with normal rickety rockets. I want to see what it's like with bee rockets, though. I honestly don't know if there's any difference there. Might it just be better to use normal rickety rockets then? Because, like, if I use a different weapon, like, let's just say... I can keep this there. If I use this one... No, that also does not create bees. So, if we just use normal rickety rockets, then we can avoid using the bee ones. That way we avoid using the bee wax. And then we can just exclusively do that. Okay. So, it seems like the bees are all doing like 1 damage again. But, you know, there's like a decent amount of them, so it's still not terrible, but it's not all too impressive. Oh! The lob shot, it works again! That's crazy. But let's see, I want to try the Sweet Froster. So yeah, this does have homing, which is nice. And again, the fast attack speed. But these fire 3 out at once, and don't even necessarily use... Yeah, because it's 10% chance to save ammo. Plus, it shoots the 3 at once. Wait, hold up. I've been... Okay, I need to go back through the stream VOD. Or maybe someone else can. How many shots did I do in a row without that using up ammo? Because I swear it was at 6,201 for quite a lot of shots there. At 10%. That's actually not terrible. But, yeah, I mean... In terms of, like, actual damage, I think the Sweet Froster is probably better. In terms of... conserving ammo, like, efficiency. I think the Honey Pot's better. But in terms of actual, just DPS output, Sweet Froster's the way to go. Yeah, we just read so much faster with this weapon. Okay. Clash Mini's mic. What? No! How could this be? I trusted them. First mistake there, but you get the point. Anyway, and that was also without the Hive Pack. So I should probably put that on. I don't know what I would replace, though, for this. I don't know. We'll figure that out. If I get a balloon, then I can combine these, and I'll free up a new accessory slot. I should do that. I also didn't use this. Wait, right click to launch a grenade? What do you mean? Interesting. How does this look in terms of damage? I don't know. Like, this also seems like a weapon that's not too terrible. 15% chance to save ammo. Okay. Probably won't really use that all that much. I think, again, Sweet Frost is probably just better overall. Hands down. I'm gonna put the honeycomb away for the time being. But, let's see. Yeah, I want to look around for more floating islands. Get that balloon I mentioned. Make that upgrade. Create the accessory slot. Use the Hive Pack. And then, from there, I mean... It seems Sulfur Elemental Skeletron Deerclops, so... We're making decent progress, it seems. At least at first glance. Mike doesn't exist, it's all in your head. That concludes the mic check segment of the stream. I don't even know how this... I mean, I kind of know how this all came to happen. Talking about bananas. I don't remember exactly how that happened, though. I don't know how this keeps happening on these streams. Just random things get brought up and then go off the craziest, longest tangent of all time. Banana candy? I know we were talking about banana candy, but I don't remember how that was brought up originally. Because that, I mean, that doesn't really make all that much. Like, what was being talked about? Yellow slime flavor? Oh, you're right. Yes, yes. Funny how a yellow slime turned into a, I don't know how long, tens of minutes conversation about Mike. Crispy, stay hydrated. Yep, so true. There we go. You said the artificial banana flavor? Yeah, yeah. I remember now. Anyway, I do want to search for Sky Islands. Do I have any rope? I do have rope. Okay. I don't have gravitation potions, though. So, I'm going to be relying solely on keeping an eye out for potential water on the ground. Not the most reliable thing of all time, because not every single Sky Island has a little pool of water below it. But it's the best that we have. Stay mic-rated? What would that even entail? That's probably nothing, but I'm gonna check anyway. Because I feel like it, and I can. Eat banana. Fair enough. I'm gonna zoom out for this. Oh, there actually was a Sky Island up there. Crazy. Is that an island or a lake? It's a lake. Unfortunate. I felt like a genius there for a second for coming across that. I guess there's more obvious signs of water. Never mind. Oh, this could be something though. Can you find a banana and eat on stream in memory of Big Mike? There might be bananas downstairs. If this is a shiny red balloon, I'll see if there's a banana down there. Nope. Unfortunate. Terrible Star Fairy. Couldn't even give me a good one. SMH. I will make this into valid housing before I descend back down to Earth. Who's over here? Don't really need the Dryad right now. I want to move the Goblin Tinkerer to the house at spawn, so. Can you have that Star Fury? No. Also, hey Pinky. Would you like to become currency? Thank you. you think of Drydan, Tradon? Are you talking about Draydon? Because if that's the case, then I must remind you, much like how I reminded the other individual in chat over the past couple streams, that I am setting my foot down on that particular quote-unquote bit. What flavor is Pinky? Bubblegum. 100%. You are? Okay, well then I must humbly request that you not. Individual in quotations. Yes. That's probably something. The constant spamming of that particular incident was not funny in my personal opinion. So again, if you're gonna keep bringing it up, then I'm gonna also have to mute you like how I muted them. I think I made my position on that very clear. Then again, I thought I made the position clear to the first person, and ended up having to mute them for like 4 streams in a row. So who knows? Maybe I'm just not very clear on my stances. It's not that serious, just a word. The constant spamming and harassment is very much something. Could you also know what is the story behind the Draydon incident, please? I'm not going to talk about it because I just want it to stop at this point. And I feel that if I keep talking about it, then that is only going to provide people the excuse or, I don't know, reinstigate things. So I will not be talking more about it. You made yourself quite clear. Those people just want to be annoying on stream and get attention. Just ignore them or mute them without mentioning of it. Fair. Why do you have 44,000 subs and only 7 watching? Because I grow my audience based off of videos and not based off of live streams. I am not a streamer. I am a YouTuber who streams once in a while on occasion. And by once in a while, I mean twice per week, because I want to provide content for people who are willing to watch it real time. Yeah, no, I did not build up my audience through live streaming. Sorry for asking. All good. Also, it's a middle school day for a large portion of your audience. Also, YouTube does a horrible job promoting live streams. Yes and yes. I'll be honest, I do admittedly just keep forgetting that school exists for people. I'm also just really bad at paying attention to, you know, other notable things. Like, I don't know when people are on vacation. I don't know when people, you know, holidays. I don't know a lot of that stuff. I don't know when people's summer vacation starts, when it ends. I don't know when, you know, like the spring break or winter break or any of the other things. I just I live in my own little bubble where all I do is make content, and some days the views are higher than others, with seemingly no explanation as to why. And honestly, sometimes that is just kind of how things work. Sometimes YouTube just randomly does promote something more than on other days. So, yeah. I usually just I usually just say that that's the excuse as to why. But there might be things like school being a factor. Also, are people not on summer vacation right now? I thought surely that like summer vacation would have already started. Yeah, I need to get gravitation potions. Trying to just search for the water pools is just... Have you made any cool woodworking projects recently? Nothing too much as of recently. A couple... You probably saw in the other Discord server when I did the... I made like the wooden poster that I have hanging on my wall. That's like the most recent like woodworking thing I did. Just asking, but did you put ads on or did YouTube do it? What do you mean? Like, was an ad just playing right now on stream? Because if that's the case, YouTube does that automatically. There is a button I can press to like say to YouTube like, hey, now would be a good place to like recommend, you know, like I'm recommending putting ads here, but YouTube doesn't necessarily have to abide by that, but I didn't press that button right now, so. Of your character? Yeah, the wooden poster thing that I did. The, like, little wood carving that I did on the large piece of wood. Terraria's life? I wouldn't say Terraria's my life, I'd say more so just entertainment. As just like a, you know, a broad whole. Just so happens to, you know, have a large overlap with Terraria, because that's the main thing that I do. But yeah, for example, I did that one singular repo stream not too terribly long ago. What do I need for gravitation potions? A little bit of almost everything. Fire Blossom, Deathweed, Blankroot. So not everything, but just a lot of stuff. Okay, well, if I grab a single Fire Blossom, I can do that. I've got everything else. Repo so sick. Repo, that repo session was really something. There's a lot of things that happened during that repo session that I'd never seen before, and I played a fair amount of repo in the past. I'd say one of the... Okay, the two things that stand out to me the most for things I've never seen in repo before until that session. A, obviously, the soul getting stuck in the ceiling, and B, Defibro breaking and causing me to just white screen and be soft locked. Those were the two main things I'd never seen before. Anyway, let's grab these. Go ahead and grab this. And then it's just a bottle of water. Okay. Cool. Let's hope this is worthwhile using. I'll just go this way for a little bit. Was that with Danny? Yeah, it was Danny, Gonk, Disso, and I want to say there's another one. I think it was mainly. Who was it? Was it Mel? I don't remember. Nate? Yeah, that makes sense. Another lake, my beloved. Have I ridden horses? Not a horse, but I did ride a camel when I was in the Middle East. The camel did not like me at all. It tried throwing me off its back, which was a little terrifying in the moment, but I'm still here. Of course, nothing good. I would split that into 2 houses, but my potion has limited duration, and I kind of want to use that duration, so I might do that later. Maybe not, who knows. The Middle East lore is your dad lore? I mean, I have a couple dad lore things, but nothing too crazy in my opinion. Like, even just like the Middle East story, I don't think is all that crazy. It's like I don't see that as anything too interesting. People live in foreign countries all the time. I'd say a more interesting, also another horseshoe, of course. More interesting dad lore thing for me would be the time where my brakes stopped working when I was on my way to a graduation party and had to drift the car onto a side street. Lore drop. I mean, I've talked about this a couple times. I'm waiting for a harpy to show up, that way I can kill it for feathers. Because I still want a balloon. I know that there was a harpy over there. I guess it's just not going from here, which is unfortunate. You know what? It might just be better, or I don't know if better is necessarily the right term. It might be faster to just break pots in the underworld for gravitation potions. There's a lot of pots over there. Was it a cool drift? It was terrifying. I don't know how stylistic it was. I was you know, more so focused and preoccupied in the moment about, hey, like, my brakes aren't working and I'm going like 50 miles per hour down this road and I need to get off onto a side street ASAP. I still don't know what I would have done if... Oh, what's that? Hold up. Emergency blasting necklace. Increased blast radius after taking explosive self-harm damage. Don't care. It is a material, however. Hold up. Now I suddenly do care. Martyr's vest. Interesting. Anyway. Yeah, originally I was going to be doing that drive alone because my parents were halfway across the country. and it was gonna be my first time driving by myself, because I'd driven with my parents quite a lot up to that point, but I'd never done so solo. And they're like, yeah, this is gonna be a great excuse for you to drive solo. Go to the graduation party, get some solo driving practice in, it'll be great. And they ended up getting home like around the time, or like a little after I would have already started driving to the party, but they told me that they were almost there. I was like, you know, I'll just wait for them to get back. And my dad was in the car with me when the brakes stopped working, and he kind of told me what to do. He's like, okay, that road, turn. It's like, if I was the only one in the car at the time, I don't know if I would have thought of that in the moment. I probably would have just tried letting the car naturally deaccelerate from the friction and then tried doing the turn. But I probably wouldn't have risked anything without being directly given permission. Being instructed. Was the party fun? Honestly, I'm not much of a party person. That I don't think is gonna come to a surprise to anyone who's heard the story about the Thanksgiving party I attended. I just don't party. I'm fairly introverted in person. Yeah, it's much easier being, you know, active and whatever online, but like in person it's just like, dear God. Like especially when it's with people that you don't know. You know, there was a lot of people at the Thanksgiving party and the graduation party that I didn't know, and so, you know, now being stuck in a room with them and whatnot, it's just like, I don't know, like how do I act around you? How do I respond and react to the things that you were saying? Like, I don't know, I'm fairly introverted. But yeah, the Thanksgiving party, I waited till I was like the only one in the room, and I just started doing push-ups. I am not a party person. Although when I do get, you know, to hang out with people who I am close with, then, you know, I am, even though it's in person, I am very much more lively. It's just, I don't like being in an unfamiliar environment surrounded by unfamiliar people. No gravitation potions yet. Fantastic. At least I don't think so. Yeah. Also, I'm realizing I can make ice skates. I don't know why I haven't yet. I mean, not ice skates, frostmark. Same thing. Gotta get the chest pump at the party? Exactly. Never thought you'd hear the song Terraria. Kidding me? I love the Baldi Four Seasons Winter. I've used it in... Have I used it in 2 videos now at this point? Or just 1? I don't remember. I know I used it in Shimmer Block Part 2. I'm trying to remember if I used it in a more recent video as well. I know I used, keep forgetting the actual name of it. Let me just double check real quick. Let's see. Songs. And Afton ved Svanesfossen. I've used that song in 2 videos. I used that in Shimmer Block Part 2 and also in the Duke Fishron video. I think I might have only used Vivaldi Four Seasons Winter in 1. Sure. And then my money can all the gold can just fall in lava as well, because I wasn't planning on using 21 gold for anything. Nope. Not at all. Wonderful. I really want a balloon. I want a balloon. I might just build random rope pillars every once in a while. There's surely nothing else over here on the left side. And hold up. I could just look up and just see how many Sky Islands usually spawn in Medium Worlds. Let's see. Maximum of 5. Does that include Sky Lakes or no? Floating island contains a mass of isolated forest, land, and a house-like structure. Okay, so I'm assuming that Sky Lakes do not count towards the floating island counter, and it says that there's a maximum of 5 on Medium Worlds, and we've gotten 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so there's potentially 1 more. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna search for that real quick. Again, maximum of 5, so we might only have the 4, but I want to get a balloon, and I don't want to have to fish. That would be annoying. Yeah, at the end of the day, if I need to fish, I have to fish for a balloon, because I want to get another accessory slot for the hive pack. And, you know, combining accessories would be funny. Is balloon really that important? Yes. I would like to have an extra accessory slot so I can use hive pack. So I think I'm gonna go over to like the start of like this area, the desert. Zoom out, of course. Bundle of horseshoe balloons is one of the best accessories in the game. I basically never use that accessory, but I cannot deny that it is still an amazing accessory. Like, you have, like, what? It's 3 double jumps, of which the double jumps themselves are good double jumps. You know, you've got Sandstorm, Blizzard, and then, you know, just basic, normal, but still, you know, double jump nonetheless. Alright, let's just see if there's anything in this. Which there's not. And let's jump off. And we build up again. Your Wi-Fi died? What did you miss? I am currently trying to find a shiny red balloon because that'd be very nice and convenient to have. Crispy beat Moonlord. Yeah, my bad, yeah. No, not even Moonlord. I also beat the backup plan. Don't ask why the box wasn't checked off. It's just a visual bug. It's because I killed it in like half a nanosecond and the game just didn't register it. Like I beat it so quickly that the boss was defeated before it even like spawned in. It was kind of insane. You just had to be there. Yes. We're on the island. Okay. Hold up. Maybe I don't want to be on an island. Anyway. Wait, what was... Crackling shiny red balloon. Plus 1% blast radius. Brilliant. Anyway. And then went on to beat Supreme Witch, who made a guest appearance. Yes. It was truly an eventful stream while you were gone. I apologize that you were not able to bear witness to the insanity that unfolded. Oh, good morning, Chubby. He woke up. Yeah. I didn't even realize that you were asleep on the bed. You want to go outside the room? Oh boy. Alright, let's see. Yes. Horseshoe, Blizzard. And then we can go on. Crafters. Actually, what do you need for the honey balloon? Might it be better? Wait, hold on, I'm gonna just look at which of these is better. So. Is there a way that I can just, like, view compared to the other ones? So, let's see. So, jump is the same. And then... let's see. The double jump's height is increased from 8 blocks to 14.5. So 25 from both versus... oh wait, no, this doesn't have a double jump because it's literally just not any of the double jump items because I'm stupid. Yeah, just completely ignore my lack of literally any sort of sense. Okay, so we're just going to put this away and just go on and make the Blizzard as per usual. There we go. And then we can go on, use the Hive Pack now. So, now we've got supposedly the stronger bees. Supposedly. William? No way. I know a guy who used to work at Blizzard. Me too, except I don't know him personally, and he's very hated. I wonder who that individual might be. I used to work at Blizzard. Just kind of like crazy though, because like I feel like it had a very strong and positive community, and then I don't even know exactly what happened. I'm not one who usually pays attention to internet drama stuff, so I don't know the full lore of it. Yeah, I'm gonna quickly check to see if packages arrived, because they were supposed to. So I'm gonna quickly check outside. I'll be back in a quick second. Use this as an opportunity to stay hydrated. Hopefully I don't get copyright striked for having Zelda music playing in the background while I'm not here, because sometimes YouTube's like that. But yeah, stay hydrated. I'm gonna quickly be right back, just checking to see if packages are here. I'll be right back. Still no packages. Crazy. I thought for sure they'd be in by now. Oh well. Actually, I'm gonna just check to see if there's anything in my email about the package. Because they're supposed to show up 2 days ago. But then they didn't. And then they were supposed to show up yesterday. But then they didn't. And then they was scheduled again to show up today. And they have not yet. Let me just check this real quick. Yeah, whatever. Unboxing stream? Nah. Basically, Pirate was against something that everyone loved and wanted, and then people got mad. He had an ego meltdown, and it all spiraled, revealing what he was really like. Unfortunate. Because I know that he had the position of, like, stop killing games thing is bad, yada yada yada. And he was like, okay, I mean, like, but he can have his own opinion. And if that was, like, all that he did, it wouldn't have made sense, but if it continued spiraling and had, like, an ego meltdown and whatnot, then I guess it makes more sense. Isn't that just Ranger? The Demolition class? I mean, in large part, yes, but explosives. Anyway, what was I doing again? I think I'm gonna do... Should I do Sulfur Elemental now or after Skeletron? Because I feel like Skeletron I can probably beat fairly quickly. Actually, hold on, I can do something even better. There we go. Your messages will no longer be seen on the channel ever again. Goodbye. I did tell you during the previous stream that you'd shown up that I was going to do that. Yeah, I banned them from chatting on the channel. Originally I just did a 24-hour mute because that's just my default go-to with them. But then I realized that I had specifically told them that if they ever did that again, I was just going to permanently remove their ability to chat on the channel. Unfortunate, you know. Unfortunate, but I did say what I was going to do and did not listen to my requests. So I think, you know what, let's do Sulfur Elemental now, because it is next up on the boss checklist. Just make our way down. I should probably also make at least like a clearing for this fight. I do have a couple of the levelers on me. So, also, that's weird. I don't know if I'll use the levelers though, because I'm kind of terrified that I might accidentally break the shrine. It might be protected though. I think maybe just tossing down a singular coral bomb, like right here, will clear out this entire section though. So I might not need the leveler. What is the shrine? It's used to summon in the Sulfur Elemental. Let's see, do I toss the coral bomb right here, or do I put it up there? I think right here is fine, surely. Hello. Actually, if you want to be like a test subject to see how much damage this thing does, I'm not gonna complain. 75. Okay, okay. And then wreak havoc. I love the coral bomb so much. It's so good. It's so good. Everything's just gone. Boss spawner? Yep. So I'm just gonna clear out this little area. Does this? No. Imagine the shrine being exploded. It might not be. It might have protection against that sort of stuff. And even if it does, I'm sure you can just place down the spawner again. Regardless, would be annoying. So. Sir. Thank you. Discovered how to make all the blocks mineable with our excavator. You can't go back to that life. Clearing thousands of stone instantly is so nice. Eh. Another unhinged letter, by the way, I just had. I keep getting those from enemies, which I'm not going to complain about. It saves me almost 2 gold per. Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, using Vein Miner for things like actual ores isn't that bad because, like, yeah, you're going to be mining ores in a decent amount of it, but, you know, it doesn't save you too insane much of time. But then, if you're using it for every block, that's a bit excessive. I personally wouldn't do that unless, okay, I'll be honest, a video that I was planning on making, and still might make, was having Vein Miner being forced active all the time for every block, and just see how chaotic that is. But I would only do that for that one video. Like, I would not have Vein Miner active for every single thing. And not even like a constantly like toggled on. I mean like just deciding when it's on. It just seems excessive. Like, oh, I want to mine a elevator. Let me just break one singular stone block, and suddenly it's almost fully complete. Like that just it just seems a bit much. Bye bye world, exactly. Like that's not even the issue that I have, is just the entire world getting destroyed. It's just it just takes away from all of the whole like mining progression and whatnot. You know, at least ores, it's like you're only mining ores, you know, a small fraction of the time. It's just to speed up that little unnecessary tedious bit. Alright, well, I think this is a good enough arena, probably, hopefully. So, I think we just go ahead and spawn in the Sulfur Elemental, shall we? Was I low beforehand, or did that almost one-shot me? I don't recall. Okay, regardless, I died very quickly. I wasn't paying attention. Because if that almost one-shot me, then I think we've got bigger issues. Two-shotted? Yikes. I mean, it's an infinite boss summon. We can constantly just do it over and over again. The main thing I'm worried about, I mean, we're using just normal rickety rockets. That's pretty cheap. I think we can just spawn this guy in over and over again. I don't see why not. I could just bring my bed downstairs. I say downstairs, I mean one step above hell. Which I guess is technically downstairs. Started the fight with 3 hearts. What? Did I? I don't know. What about playthrough where you randomize every projectile? Hi Chubby, you are loud. I personally don't know how I feel about randomizer type playthroughs. Because like from my perspective, they can be okay. You know, they can be alright. But in like a general broad view of things, my perspective is that randomizer type content is lazy. And, you know, I'm a bit hesitant saying this because there are a couple randomizer type projects I do want to work on eventually. And I don't want to completely lock myself out from that opportunity because I might seem hypocritical. But from my perspective, randomizer type content, it's... everyone essentially has already done videos on that. But people get away with being able to make it because it's random. It's never exactly the same, but it's always, you know, quick, easy, kind of sloth content. Yeah, again, there's a chance that I might want to do a couple things similar to that in the future. And I don't want to seem like a hypocrite, but it, again, just... I'm very polarized as to randomizer type videos. Trying to be original on YouTube is always not going to be worth the effort. People will watch you regardless. I mean, yes, there is that argument to be made, but at the same time, I want to make something like it doesn't. I don't have to be 100% unique and different and original every single time. But again, from my perspective, randomizer content just feels like slop. It doesn't feel like anything that there's much effort or thought put into it. It's literally just like, oh, here's this one mod that someone had made and so many countless amounts of people have used already as is. Let me just throw this on onto this game and bam, would you look at that, views. Like, that just doesn't sit with me right. You wouldn't play loot randomization Terraria? Yeah. There's only like a couple scenarios I can think of in which I would even consider doing a video that involves loot randomization, but that's only very few and very select specific applications. And even then, I'm very hesitant to do it in the first place. Anyway, we're at full health now, so let me just fall back down here. And let's give this another go, this time with actual health. Whee! That's me on the side of the screen. I want to see how this weapon compares to the previous one, because this one does not have the homing. But again, it does fire up more B-nade type weapon projectiles, yeah. Hello, Chubby Cat. Make it a cameo in the middle of the boss fight. Oh, okay. So that changed. That was different. I was gonna say, like, if this is the entire fight, the entire way through, then it's gonna be somewhat boring. But, I mean, it doesn't look all that crazy, that difficult. We'll probably be fine in a couple of attempts. Which is great, because this is, again, an infinite boss summon. Unlike, you know, the Broodmother. Have you played Cuphead, Crispy? Nope. I have not. Hey, Chubby Cat. What do you want? I'll let you outside the room again, but I'm not gonna let you out. Oh. My cat just wants attention. He looked at me, did a big and then just jumped on the bed like, give me belly rubs. Yeah, I know what you're scheming for. Do you have any desire to play Cuphead? Not necessarily. Again, there's a lot of games that I just don't really care for. Typical games like that are so fun. Cuphead plus Super Meat Boy. I keep hearing the name Super Meat Boy, but I just don't know what it is. Crispy, what do you think would happen if you had to finish getting over it in one stream? I didn't stream it, but I did play Getting Over It one time. One of my friends, he bought me the game, and I beat it doing a self-imposed challenge that made it many times more difficult than it should have been. So I think I could probably beat Getting Over It in one stream without said additional challenge. Will I do it? I don't know. Anyway, what's that? Unexplosive self-harm temporarily increase maximum life by 60. Interesting. Don't think I'm going to use that, though. Again, my accessories are already, you know. What was the challenge? Good question. It's not anything bad or anything per se, it's just I think I'm just gonna keep that between me and my friends. Anyway, let's go ahead and fight the boss yet again. Here we go. That has such good predictive aim. I don't like it. Oh, I don't like this. This is so bad. Ugh, so bad. Almost gave up on it until I learned you were supposed to use a controller. I most certainly was not using a controller. Anyway, time to just regen again. Games like Osu, Geometry Dash, Celeste, Cuphead, just so fun when you struggle and suffer and eventually do it. Like, it can have a sense of, like, reward. I used to play Geometry Dash quite a little bit, but I eventually realized it just wasn't worth it. I wanted to beat an Extreme Demon, but I realized that the amount of time that I'd have to sink into doing that was just like, I could spend that time doing something actually somewhat productive. Some people are just naturally drawn to difficult games. Don't get me wrong, I like difficult games. You know, I like pushing myself to my limit and see what I'm capable of doing. But I have to balance that with content creation and just like my life as a whole. Because, for example, like the instance of Geometry Dash, if I'm spending hundreds of hours trying to beat one level, then that's hundreds of hours I could be spending on anything else. Like content creation. It's why I don't want to do like the hardest Terraria challenges. Like I still want to do super difficult challenges to push myself. But if it takes an ungodly amount of time to do, then that's time that I could have been spending more efficiently making content, you know? Getting over it wasn't hard for me. Should play it again. It honestly wasn't too bad. It was a little infuriating at times, but that's kind of like the whole point of the game. So I think the secret about this boss fight is that you kind of don't want to move too much. I say as I immediately die. Okay. What I was thinking was, because that one bottom part moves ahead of you a little bit, if you move, like, at a normal pace, then it'll move in front of you and you'll have time to stop, to deaccelerate. If you're dashing around and moving quickly and sporadically, then you're probably just going to dash straight into it. Anyway, probably should have also grabbed a heart lantern to just increase the regen just that little bit much more, but I didn't, and I shall now suffer my consequences. You gotta go, might be back later. Good luck with the fight. Thank you, Domino Effect. Thanks for stopping by and have a good one. Helps you control anger. I don't know if that would be the best way to describe getting over it. Anyway, that's enough health. I'll be fine, surely. I say moments before disaster. Oh my god. Yeah, that does massive damage. Yeah, 62 just from that. There. I don't know why I said the word there. I'm trying to make a point, it's just there. No. I don't know. I think I need more room, honestly. I think I just need to clear out these little areas. I love missing my shots, point blank. Your nose is a crispy hater. True. I can't believe your nose closed out of this stream. Haven't pinged the Discord? Fairly certain I have. I can check again if you want. Speaking of which, for anyone who's not yet joined the Discord server, the Discord server is pinned in the live chat. If you're watching this as a VOD, it should also be in the description. Make sure to notify members whenever I go live and upload videos, so I'd recommend considering joining that if you haven't done so already. Anyway, that's just my self-promotion segment for the stream. Other than, yeah, the outro. You should ping Dogfish, man. Nah, I'm good. If he wasn't already doing something, then he probably would have joined the call by now. So. Look at the Discord? Okay. Where in the Discord? The general chat is infested. There has, in fact, been quite a few messages sent in general. That is, in fact, something that has happened. You don't know that Joseph Joester guy? I love standing in lava and doing absolutely nothing about it. And then actively not using healing potion when I very much could save myself and then burning to death. A completely preventable death. I sure do love it when that happens. thought I broke the stone. I still have not yet broken the stone. Stone that did not want to break. Oh my god. What things happen on your Discord server? Honestly, not that much. I don't really know how to manage a Discord server. I just have it as a place for people to talk amongst themselves if they wish to choose, if they wish to do so. If they choose to do so, if they wish to do so. I don't know what I was trying to say. I also use it as a place to just make announcements, post whenever I'm going live, whenever I post a new video. At some point, I would like to maybe have, like, game night stuff, but I've been saying that for a while now and haven't done anything about it. So I don't know if /1 that's gonna happen. But, he says he pings it for live streams, but he never does. That's just a lie. I don't know why this bit has persisted as long as it has, but it is just a lie. I do, in fact, ping the Discord server whenever I go live. All things considered, though, I shouldn't complain about that bit being a thing, because there was another person who may or may not have been chat banned today, who was trying to get a different bit to become mainstream on the channel. That was a much more annoying bit, so at least it's not as bad as that one. Anyway, that should be enough space for the fight now. I will want to clear out these tombstones, though. I like how that one just didn't even say anything. That one as well. Hold up. Why are there some that just didn't say anything at all? Sure. Why not? You never know. Oh, might have those been because of the boss. Maybe. I think it was probably because of the boss. Some bits should exist, like Mike. True. Anyway. I'll leave that there for now. If it becomes an issue, then we can do something about it, but I don't think anything needs to be done about that. I will go up and heal again, because I'm already half health, which is fantastic. Or I could just... Okay. Could I have just magic mirror to get here? Yes. Did I? No. Ice mirror? We choose to do things the hard way? Exactly. We choose not to do the easy things, but the hard things. We choose to do the hard things not because they are easy, but because we are mentally insane. Anyway, surely I have enough health for this boss, right? Right, yeah. Oh, part on the ground as well. Perfect. I don't like how that cutscenes, like, things still deal damage to me. Kind of annoying. I'm also just immediately dead. This is great. What the heck? The heck is that? I didn't realize that those projectiles split off into a whole burst. Okay, well, I guess now I do know. Screw it. I'll drink a healing potion right after respawning. That way, just makes the whole process a little bit faster. I'll still wait to be at full health. That also allows the potion sickness to run up a little bit. Boss seems a bit thorny. I mean, if you mean like visually, or because it's not like it has thorns effect. You're wondering, what is this XP system YouTube has on live streams, and can you make it so that it has a use other than fan? The whole point of it is just to rank chatters, make people... Okay. There are two uses for the XP system. There's the use that YouTube makes an excuse for, like, oh yeah, the creators can do this to, you know, if they want to have some sort of reward for their viewers, like, oh, person with the most amount of XP by the end of the stream gets a shout out or something, or gets like a role in Discord or whatever, you know, kind of things like people can get a like creator created rewards, you know, whatever the creator wants is like, oh, this is just a way for, you know, to give to the community compete against each other, compete for XP. The literal reason why YouTube made this a system is because they did extensive psychological research and found that having a level system like that in the live chat incentivizes people to be active. It makes people have a like FOMO. They don't want to miss the streams of their favorite creators because they want to have the most amount of XP. So they're constantly, you know, like trying to tune in onto the streams, constantly trying to, you know, engage, constantly being active, watch more ads because they're staying on the stream rather than clicking off. Overall interaction, like YouTube did this not because of the whole, you know, have fun interaction with community. It's all self-serving in order to profitize. It's just everything YouTube does is a way to appease to shareholders, is what I've come to learn. But yeah. So those are like the two main things, mainly the psychological, getting people to be more active, but trying to have friendly competition amongst the community is a great cover-up. So is it for dopamine, loop, and money? Something like that. Unfortunate. I think that's the best attempt so far. Finally got below half health. But again, that's only half health. still quite a ways off from beating the boss. Yes, that's the reason I watched the stream after all. Yeah. Yeah, your whole purpose for watching the stream is to get ranked #1 in the live chat, although you're only ranked #2, so I mean you're gonna have to stick around, watch the stream longer, and you know, be more active if you want to see that come to fruition. Yeah, I'm not really the biggest fan of the whole trying to. It just seems so dystopian, if you know what I mean. These massive corporations trying to, you know, hack the, I'm not gonna say like hack the minds of the people, but you know, manipulate, have the, it just seems so wrong. I should not have gotten hit there, but I did! Oh, and I got hit there as well! This fight's going off so wonderfully already. How did that hit me? How did that hit me? I guess it's just that large of a blast radius. Wonderful. Wonderful. Think about it, being #1, what an achievement. Exactly. Yeah, the XP system is certainly something that is a bit more effective with larger channels, because one way to increase the XP is to donate, and because there's only so much XP that you can get per hour through just normal messaging in the chat. So if there is some sort of reward incentivization from the streamer's end, like whoever gets rank 1 gets a roll or like a shout out or whatever, then if there is that sort of incentivization, then yeah, people will donate. Not everyone, obviously, because not everyone cares for being #1 in an arbitrary system, but it is still something that does have an effect. Again, psychological stuff. It's weird. No, ah! Just wanted to read the chat message and I just got jumped. No, you're not a fan, but buff pots? I don't care for buff pots. I'd rather throw myself against a brick wall over and over again. I'm already doing that as is. Yikes. Okay, that's unfortunate again. I might want to look at more weapons I can possibly use. Lock in, bro, where are your gamer jeans at? This is something that I've noticed and observed throughout my time of content creation, is that it's much harder for me to lock in whenever I'm streaming for multiple reasons, whole magnitude of reasons. First of all, I don't have music playing whenever I'm just recording and not streaming, so the music adds a little bit of a distraction. Obviously, knowing the fact that people are watching me in the moment, a little bit of, you know, little bit of pressure that way, trying to pay attention to chat. It's just, I don't know. It's talking more about psychology stuff. You know, the psychological effects of streaming definitely do have an impact on how I perform when playing games. Let's see, what are potential things I can get? Boomerang. Might be more dangerous to the user. I am not going to use that. How about that? Tactical bone rifle. 32 explosive range damage. Insanely fast speed. Oh. Tactical skeletons. Never mind. That's hard mode. That's not that much damage for a hard mode weapon. I mean, it's insanely fast. So, I mean, it has that going for it, but still. Where was I? I feel like this menu changed. Am I crazy? No, I was looking at this. There we go. Okay. This? Oh, twins. Interesting. That actually does look kind of cool, though. I'll definitely try getting that. I'm totally not judging you, though. Nobody watched this next attempt. True. Chill. There are less than 10 people right now. We all love you. Let's see. That's not terrible, but it's snail speed, so maybe it is terrible. Bumpkin 2000? I mean, obviously this is from Pumpkin, right? Essentially. It's crafted using an item from Pumpkin. Yeah, I don't really think there's all too many items I can use. What is this? Shimmering Doom converts rockets to shimmering rockets. Empress of Light. Not surprised based off the color scheme. It looks amazing though. Like, don't get me wrong. I love Empress of Light weapons. Also, what is up with that? That's a weird visual bug. The glow of the sword. And then just the entirety of the... That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess we kind of already have some of the better weapons at this stage of the game. So I guess I'll try. Okay. I'm upset by the fact that this guy was just there, because that attempt wasn't going horribly. But this guy shows up. And it's like, oh my god. Make more platforms? Maybe. I could probably, like, extend this a little bit longer and also, like, down more. Like, that's an entire like, that's possible. I could do that. Oh. I thought I was going to be making platforms from the walls. I guess not. Do I need a workbench for that? Because I can make a workbench. Yeah. Sir. Sir. You am I. So inconsiderate. You can hear the balloon zombies from PvZ. True. Actually, I do want to try using one of these. I don't know what to expect, but I'm curious. I haven't been able to use any of these bombs throughout the entirety of this playthrough so far. So let's see, if I just toss this down here, and then we just sit and watch. We die. That's that's what happens. We die. Okay. I mean, it's a good bomb, though, so... I'll do it again. Can I get down first? Thanks. Also, Plants vs. Zombies being 17 years ago is kind of insane. You know what else is insane? The lack of self-preservation skills I have. Sirs, go away. I will grab the magma stone. No, thanks. I think, like, what? I'm only missing... Am I only missing... No. Also water walking. Yeah, so I still need to get the obsidian rose and then water walking boots, and I can get Terra Spark. I essentially never get Terra Spark. I don't go out of my way to get them. Miss all my shots. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily complain. It's just, I don't know if it would ever be much of a use to me, because I don't really ever have an actual, like, application for using them. Still be nifty to have, though. Please don't die, Crispylink would be so sad. Death doesn't scare me. Waiting on the respawn screen does. Finally! I just saw the truck drive up the driveway. My packages have arrived. Truly an insane day. I'll go bring the packages in just a second. I'm gonna just finish making this arena space. sir. I sure do love when I turn my head to read chat and I get jumped. After 10 years, it is finally here. Unboxing stream? No. No unboxing stream. But they are finally here. Oh, I got this. Okay. Yeah, it is fairly slow. Which I'm not the biggest fan of. You know, if you ever miss a shot, then the effects are a lot more, you know, detrimental than if you miss a faster firing one. I'm gonna quickly regenerate more health standing up here. And while I'm regenerating health, I may as well go grab the packages. So I will be right back. Crispy got a waifu just by standing still. What? What is the context behind that? Anyway. I think we just go ahead. And hopefully with this larger space, hopefully we'll do much better. Surely, right? Yeah, I don't like how the attacks were synchronized there. I didn't really feel like I could do much. Almost. I say almost. We're like quarter of the way remaining. Zoologist is here. She chose to be in hell with you. Yeah, the zoologist and I we're very close friends. I mean, like I've tail and ears. I mean, like we've known each other for a while. Also, I need to regen. I keep forgetting about that. What do you guys think of the Terraria board game? I don't know what you're talking about, actually. Please inform me. Friend zone, so sad. I mean, it's not like she friend zoned me. I have a husband, Gonk Fishman. As the lore goes. I still think it's funny. That's been a bit that's been ongoing for an entire year now. It all stemmed from one game of Repo. And ever since then, we've canonically been married. They released a board game? Interesting. Is the board game any good? Because I haven't heard anything about it. I don't even know how would you turn Terraria into a board game? Like what is the premise? And while you're informing me of the premise, I'm going to go ahead and spawn the boss in again. How did that deal 77 damage? That was also bogus there. How'd that deal 77 damage? Like, I swear I'm outside of the blast radius, surely. How'd that deal 77 damage? I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. Things are dealing damage to me that should not be. Oh my god. This is truly a tragedy. You wouldn't know, but it looks fun. Don't know too much about the game itself, but I do know that they're like pop-up stands. It's like an RPG thing. Interesting. Hey, what are you selling right now? Oh, you are selling the box stuff. Hell yeah. Board game looks too complicated for you? RIP. I just don't have anyone that I would play board games with in the first place. Speaking of which, Crispylink Terraria board game stream. Again, like I said. Maybe if I meet up with Micra again, we can do Terraria board game. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't have people who I'd play the board game with. So unless and until that changes, it wouldn't make sense for me to do it. Just order 3 big mics. True. I thought I was able to turn around to the left in time. Nope. I was trying to manipulate where the pillar thing was going to go. Yikes. That dealt a lot of damage. I do think I am starting to understand this fight a little bit more, but still obviously not enough to beat the boss, as you can see. Evident by that. But I am starting to understand patterns a bit more. And that's important, because if I am able to memorize the patterns, then I should be able to beat them, so. I would like to think that it's only a matter of attempts before that happens, but I've spent so many attempts on this boss already as is. I could very well spend many more attempts more. Make more platforms? I don't really see much of a reason for more platforms, because like the main thing for me is like it's just the horizontal, and I feel like there's already plenty enough space horizontally. Like sometimes when I go up to avoid the attack, sometimes the sulfur elemental goes into the ceiling. So maybe if I were to clear out more space, but you know, that's a lot of work, and I don't know if it's necessarily worth it because I've gotten decently close a couple times now. Oh, it walked off. I don't think it's no longer a threat. Or, I don't think it's a threat anymore. Yeah, not no longer. It's... You know what I'm trying to say. Anyway. Here we go again. I thought it was gonna go to the left. Dang. Okay. Just looked outside. It's hailing and thundering, so if you disappear, your power went out. Unfortunate, but understandable. Maybe, I did realize that it was easier to hit the boss here whenever I was trying to jump up because, you know, it was not stuck in the blocks. I might just chuck down 2 more of these levelers just to clean up the area a bit more, but again, I don't think I need to worry about, like, actual platforms. At this point, the main thing is just being able to hit the boss, I think. Actually, I might be able to get away with just doing that one. Clean up these blocks here. Not fall into the lava. If you go up, you might exit hell. Move the ground below. Well, I'm not going up here, but the boss itself goes up when I jump, obviously, and sometimes it goes into the blocks up here, which I'm trying to avoid. So if I just clear up more space, then that has room for it to be up there, and I'm still able to hit it. Like, I don't have to worry about, like, if I use my boots there, then yeah, I can fly up out, but I'm not using the rocket boot ability during the fight. I'm just using the double jump. Anyway, I do know there was another one of those guys there, but hopefully they might despawn. Just want to give this another go. Nope, they did not despawn. Naturally. That's not good. That's not good. Uh-huh. Okay. I think one more leveler is fine then. Because there were still some times where it was still going to the ceiling, but it was just barely, so. I think just chucking one down. Right here, I think. Oh crap. I thought they stuck. I guess not. High. Yeah, no, I thought they were sticky because like whenever I chucked them down onto the ground, they didn't move anywhere. But I guess it's only, you know, stay in place on the ground below it, not like actually stick to the walls. That's my bad. So if I put it here, yeah, that's fine. Cool. So let me just recall up here. Just wait to regen a little bit, and then give this another go. Could thunder kill your house? Not necessarily. I mean, lightning strikes your house, catches on fire, but I feel like that's kind of a universal thing unless your house is literally made out of physically inflammable material. It's not like thunder itself is going to do anything. Anyway, let's see. Attempt number 8,352,438. Oh my god, more of you! Why do you guys keep spawning in whenever I'm playing the game? You have so much health! You're so tanky! Ah, I got so close again. Dang. Yeah, I mean, I still hold the belief that I'm right around the corner. It's just something bogus seems to happen every once in a while, like random enemy spawning in. Or something similar to that. I feel like that if I were to have one good attempt where I could focus solely on the boss and not have something really stupid and bogus happen. Like, I feel like I understand the attack pattern enough. It's just sometimes something arises and it's just unpredictable. You live in a house that lived through World War II and had grenades in the garden, so I don't know, maybe. That's crazy. You're only in your country because of World War II. I feel like finding a grenade in your garden would be both, like, cool and terrifying. Because you don't know if it's still active or not. Like, obviously it's like, oh, just don't pull the pin or whatever. But it's like, if it's still an active explosive, it's old, corroded, possibly could go off at any time. Like, that's terrifying. Gotta call bomb squad, whatever, you know. They'll probably just blow it up. Or maybe if they can check to see if it's, you know, even active in the first place. If it's not active, I mean, that'd be like a cool thing to have on display. But, you know, I would not want to have an active explosive just sitting on a shelf or anything. That'd be terrifying. Britain was being bombed during the Battle of Britain, so they sent women and children to Canada during the war. My grandma stayed. Interesting. Why did you go to the right? I was actually moving to the left when you should have teleported. Oh, not teleported, but moved. Same thing. Ah. This game. Uh-huh. How much would it be to just have nurse heals? Like, I would love to have the zoologist here, but at the same time, having nurse heals after each fight ends. Like, I'm not going to heal during the fight, but depending on how expensive they are. Is that a goldfish that's just down here? No idea why. But healing after each fight so that I can just go back into it immediately rather than having to wait for regeneration / the potion sickness running up. That might be useful. Do you not have money to reforge? I have money. I just haven't reforged. Anyway, I mean, I could probably do some reforging if the next couple attempts don't do all that well. I just try to avoid it because reforging is expensive, and usually the game just gives me bad reforges anyway, so... anyway, here we go again. I should not have got hit there, but okay. And that as well is kind of bogus. Ah, dang, 2,500. Not bad, not bad. Alright, so now we can see how much healing at the nurse is going to be. A gold 42. Do I really want to spend that much money? I don't even know how much I have. Yikes. I'm going to do it. At least for now. You're always here, you're always here, you're always here. Always, 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 always. Okay. This fight's going nowhere. This attempt in specific. Yeah, I'm already dead. Yeah. I'm not gonna have another platform layer. There's literally no reason for me to do that. Like, I genuinely don't see any use case of having another platform layer. Like, in most boss fights, having multiple platforms is actually helpful, but during this one, I don't see how that would be the case. What about campfires? I am one who holds the belief that campfires really have negligible effects on each fight because it's just such little amount of healing. Like, it's still, you know, better than not, but it's just negligible. this phase of this fight is just so unfair, may I just say. Because like the attacks are off sync, the sulfur fragments that explode into the burst. It's just if they would sync up with the bottom part, the geyser looking thing, like if it would at least sync up, that would be fine. The entire fight is desynced though. It's offset, the timers, and it's so annoying. How much even is it to reforge? 2 gold per. I'm gonna keep that deadly. I'm not gonna go broke on this. Almost. 1400. So close. Alright. What's your favorite Terraria block? It's one of the Moonlord bricks. Maybe try finding it. Astro Brick. So it's my favorite. In case you can't tell, I really like blue and aqua colors. Like some of the other ones look nice, like the Cryo Core. But also Star Royal looks nice, but I still believe that Astro Brick is my favorite. Anyway, on healing cooldown, but if I just get good, then hopefully I won't need it right away. I say as I immediately take 100 plus damage. Yeah. I don't know if the Hive Pack is actually doing anything, so I'm gonna take a look at these. Not gonna use that. Does this do again? Just 1% increased explosive damage. Honestly, not that terrible, because I'm pretty sure, because like, it says 15 explosive range damage, but my damage is more like 70 plus on hit, so maybe I'll just try, actually, what is this one again? Oh, that one's just better. Yeah, I'll use this for the time being. See if that has much of an effect at all. I do need to regen though first, so I'll just stand still. Loving the song right now. It is a banger. Alright, I think I have enough health. That shouldn't have done 77. Dang. How many normal rickety rockets do I have left? 1,800? Okay. That's fine for now. I could maybe try using some of the Hellstone. But I also find it funny that you asked the question of what rocket I was using right as I was checking. I'll try Hellstone for an attempt because it does deal more damage, but I don't think it really has much of an effect. Yeah, I'm just gonna stand still and regen. I'm not gonna use the healing potion. That way I still have the ability to use the potion during the fight. Bad timing? Not bad timing, it's just amusing. Alright. Try this again. Hold up. First, before we do that, we need to make sure that there's no enemies on the platform. I know that there's a slime there, so I'll take care of that. I like how in my effort to remove enemies from the platform, I just brought more about. Truly insane. Yeah, that attack right there is really annoying, the way that it's synced up. Yeah. That's unfortunate. It wasn't too terrible. But this is I can't wait for the death compilation when I'm editing this down. It's like none of the footage from these fights is going to be used except for literally the frames right before and after I die. It's just going to be death, 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 death. It's gonna be great. We should go up during the rocket phase. I do have a pattern that I do. The problem that I have is just with the weird geyser torch thing, basically. Because I can get away with doing like 2, maybe 3 of the attacks from the upper crystals before the torch thing does. And then I have to turn around, but then it's weird because it's off sync with the attacks themselves. The timers aren't the same. So sometimes it activates the torch attack thing. I'm just gonna call it the torch attack. The torch attack, it does its thing, you know, in between attacks from the upper crystals, but sometimes it's right as it happens. it's just like the timers are offset, and the desync is just like, it just does not feel right at all. It's just such an awkward fight to do. I do not want to do that. Wonderful. Just stay in the middle and go far away from the torch as he gets lit. If only it were that simple. I also refresh couple accessories while I'm here. Okay, honestly, I'll keep that. Hello, Chubby. Stay hydrated? True. Alright, I just finished my water, so I can no longer stay hydrated. Chubby, what do you want? Like, I can guarantee you he just wants rubs. Which, I mean, like, I can't blame him, but, like, really, right now? And then everything gets thrown off, of course, naturally. Almost 1700. That's actually a very close attempt. Oh, my neck I just like turned my head a little bit and then it oh man. The problems with sitting in a chair for as long as I do every day. Alright, I'm gonna give Chubby some rubs real quick because he is very adamant for attention right now. Plus I need to regenerate. Alright, we're so back. Also, it doesn't seem like the sulfur elemental leaves when you get out of health. But it looks like I'm gonna die anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, okay. You're also becoming old and your back has now started to hurt after sitting on the chair for the whole day. Yup. Tis the life. Alright. Sooner than later, I'm gonna have to start buying more rockets, but for the time being, we continue fighting. No, 100, 100, 100 health remaining. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Ah, I thought for sure that was going to be it. I was looking at it, I was like, oh my god, this is finally going to happen. I'm going to finally be free. My suffering is going to finally come to an end. And then and then it doesn't. And it's like, oh my god. That was literally like 2 hits remaining and I would have been good. Ah, that's rough. Whatever. We're almost there. Sir! Sir! Not appreciated. Another 1 hour in this boss left? I sure hope not. Next one. I'm a little doubtful to say this next attempt's going to be the one, but it's certainly possible considering how close I got on the previous attempt. Use the bed? What do you mean use the bed? Use the bed to what? It's not like you regenerate faster when you're sleeping. Lets you heal faster? I don't think that's how that works. Yeah, no difference. How long has it been now? Like the entire stream? A little over 4 hours. For this fight in particular? Definitely not that long. I fought a couple bosses before this. Almost 550. Yeah, I think the attempts are gonna be the next couple. 2 attempts below 1,000 back to back, one of which being at 100 health, the other being at just over 500. It's bound to happen sooner than later. You're thinking Miku? Oh god. It's so Jover. I got hit by that attack 2 times in a row. The same one. Nah. Nah. Oh, it's so over. It's so over! I keep getting hit by the torch! Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. Sleeping does work. You Googled it. Let me just do my fact checking then. Natural regeneration standing completely still increases your natural regeneration by 1.25x. Furniture. Sitting in a chair or sofa gains a similar rest bonus to sleeping. It's not... It just says rest bonus to sleep. It's not saying... Hold up. To the wiki we go. And gives a boost to the health regeneration, similar to the chairs and sofas. Beds? Interesting. Okay. Okay. I guess you were right. Fact check. Correct. Yep. I never noticed an effect when sleeping in terms of life regeneration, so I guess that's more you know. This attempt's already doomed. This attempt's already doomed. This attempt's already doomed. I didn't get it. I didn't get off the arena. Oh my god. Just kill me. Actually just kill me. I don't care. I actually just don't care. Falling in the lava. I'm just so done mentally. It's just I just want to beat this boss, dude. I've done so many attempts at it. I've done so many attempts at it. I've done so many. It's an outrage. So close again, 600. I got nervous because I saw the fireballs from a imp. I don't know why so many enemies are spawning during the fights. It's like normally during boss fights, you know, they don't spawn in at all. I'm gonna quickly use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm gonna break the tombstones because I don't like the graveyard biome. And then I'm gonna make a bet. Next 3 attempts, the boss is dead. Within the next 3, not necessarily on the 3rd. But sometime these next 3 attempts. Hey Chubby, now's not the time. That's not great. So, finally managed to beat him. That is, wow, cool. I'm gonna give all credit to this victory. Well, all credit for this victory to the bathroom. It's the bathroom strat. I swear that works out more times than you'd believe it. But also greater healing potions for beating this guy. Yeah. Sure. Normally you get those from hard mode, but I guess that was a difficult boss, so why not? Anyway, let's go ahead and pick this bed back up. Get out of here. Also, what are you selling? Lifeform Analyzer. Yumma. What's that sell for? 2 gold 42. What the heck? That's money. Let's see. Let's put this down. Or not. Oh, because the chair. My bad. And... let's see the spoils of our very exhaustive battle. So, we have a magic weapon. That was anticlimactic. Oh. Interesting. It's extremely slow speed. 20 mana, so quite a lot. Shoots sulfur shards that explode into a large, long-lasting sulfur gas cloud. Honestly, maybe not even that bad. My cat is trying to make a cameo into the video when this finally gets edited. Honestly, this isn't that bad. I might want to... Hi, Chubby. He desperately wants to make a cameo into the video. Hold up, let me bring him up to the microphone. Come here. Come here. Come on. You got one good shot to make a cameo. Here we go. I don't know if that really picked up much. He did meow into the microphone though. Anyway. So, Sulfur Staff, honestly, looks pretty good. I might want to grab some mana for that. Sulfuric Rifle, very fast speed, shoots sulfur. Yes, sulfur bullets that burst into toxic sulfur clouds, which scale with blast radius, uses exploding bullets as ammo, 50% chance to save ammo. That's quite a lot. Also, somewhat promising there. Don't care about the mask. Heart. Occasionally releases long-lasting sulfur gas clouds that scale with blast radius. Might be worth using if you would like to quickly demonstrate. It's not the worst thing of all time. Somewhat frequently, but I don't know how useful that will be. And then we have the Sulfur Trimarang. Periodically releases extremely high damage fire geysers in random directions when thrown. I see. Oh, and we can spam this thing as well. And by spam, I mean throw 3. It's, you know, it's a Trimarang, of course. This weapon right here actually looks somewhat promising. To be fair, I kind of said that about, like, all the weapons, but, like, 180 damage from the fire geysers. Like, mind you, it actually needs to, you know, hit. But if you're throwing it kind of in a crowded area, like, it's going to happen. This actually does look very promising. I like this. Wall of Flesh? Exactly. Or you're saying to do the Wall of Flesh. Because, like, I can see this being an actually useful weapon against... I can see all of this being good against the Wall of Flesh. Because, like, these are AoE. Like, I can see all of these being good against the wall. This is very promising. But, what I will say is that, regardless of how promising these weapons are for the Wall of Flesh, that will not be happening today. I've been streaming for almost 4.5 hours, and we've honestly accomplished quite a decent amount, so I think I'm going to end the stream here. Next stream, we can go ahead, fight... Let's see, who would we even be fighting? Skeletron, Deer Clops, Captain Explosive, and then probably finishing off the stream with the Wall of Flesh. Again, like I said, this is getting to be very promising now at this point. We've gotten some pretty good weapons, and I think, as ambitious as it is to do those 4 bosses next stream, I think it's entirely possible. So, I am going to end things here. Thank you so very much for watching. If you want to be notified whenever I go live or upload another video, consider joining the community Discord server. Link to that is pinned in the live chat of the live stream if you're watching this as a VOD, and if for some reason